Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Oh, it's not capturing the game. Hold on, let me fix that. There it is. Let me move myself as well. Here we go. Hello? Okay, cool. Hi, Bien. Hi, everyone. Welcome, welcome. I am Lilybwees. I am your divorced, agoraphobic hagtuber. I play games wrong on purpose most of the time. I play indie, retro, mecha, but honestly, whatever catches my eye. Welcome, welcome. It took me a little bit to start. I'm sorry. We've been maybe talking about me doing an Otakon cosplay in the future. Also talking about MagFest and just cons in general. And an Otakon cosplay I think would be pretty fun, given my hair is the right color and is usually the right amount of like shaggy mess. My glasses aren't too far off from what he wears, honestly. And then it would be like a because in one his it's not really a lab coat, it's more of a it's more like a white parka thing. Yeah, I could cosplay Phelan, but we would have to like order it or sew it. I mean, we could. I mean, we could do both. I could just do both on different days. Yeah. Who would be your snake? Probably Tony. It'd be Tony. Phelan has some details that I'd want to get right, is the thing. Also, I grew up in the era where everything for cosplay you made yourself. So it's very... I am not used to the idea of you just kind of mail ordering something online from China. And it comes and it's like really good quality and you're fine. I'm not used to that. The fun thing about Otakon is you can basically buy all of his stuff off the rack. The hardest part would be finding the right white outerwear, because it's not really a lab coat. It's more of a weird hoodie jacket thing. I am just leaving off chat for now. YouTube has it in the replay, which is nice. And I'm just a little bit... still a little bit iffy. I just don't want to risk it right now. Because it's honestly a pain to, like, take down videos. And edit out stuff. And I don't want to. So, I'm sorry that my throat's a little weird. I drank a Mountain Dew right before and I should not have done that. And also it is hitting with the Concerta in a not great way. Last stream went really, really well. You can probably skip to like half an hour in when I actually start playing the game. But I really enjoyed it. So I'm excited to play more. What else was I thinking? Oh, I eventually want to, I have just been having the craving to do a midnight radio show again. I did this in college, where we do a show literally at midnight until like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. I've just been having that vibe of like wanting to do that. I don't know if YouTube is the best spot for that, or if there's a better spot for that. I can ask around. I can maybe, but yeah, I mean like a little talk show, radio show, just kind of I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what would be the right place for that. I could also do like the occasional streaming on Twitch just to keep up a presence there. But I don't know. I think with the ads though, it wouldn't be very fun. They do it on YouTube. KK has a radio show, but I don't know how often she does it. She has it very, very dialed in too, where it does feel like an old radio. I do not have the analog set up. Also, let me know how game volume is compared to everything else. I don't have my setup quite set up like that. I mean, I could probably put on that retro tracker and kind of like play with it. I wish I had like a cheap menu is loud. Oh, I can turn it down a little for now. I want like an actual like either the thing with the analog like telephone or like some sort of like older, more radio style mic. I don't know. I really don't know. It's one of those things where like it would be fun to get something that is not this mic, I think, maybe for it. Although this mic I think would work fine, and I think we could tweak it. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know if I want the vibe to be like really retro, but I think I would want the vibe to be like, yeah, why not try? I can try. I can try. I don't know how I would get that like good, yummy FM radio sound. I'm sure there are ways to do it with the very old filter. Yeah, I have some filters I can play with. There are some things I can do to make it interesting. I could also just get like another, like ask Smalldog if she wants to go to like a Goodwill and we get like a analog phone. Because the one phone I had was broken. We didn't test it. Or maybe I just did it wrong. I don't think I did it wrong though. It's kind of hard to fuck up. I don't know. I mean, or I could just do this. Keep it like this. There's a lot of things I could do. I'm not really sure what I want to do. I could also like invite people to like call in for a little bit. Or just like have on little guests and stuff. The fun thing about doing it in college is we literally had a line that people could call in. And that was a lot of fun. For streaming, it's a little bit harder. Because it was like actually like broadcast equipment. Yeah, I want to do a podcast. Maybe. Maybe. So, I mean, I guess I could invite like different guests and stuff. But I think I would want to style it more on like those midnight, that's the only block we can get college radio show where we kind of, where you put a bullshit reason and premise for your show and they just slot you in because nobody's vying for that time slot. Yeah, I want that vibe. Yeah, they are a podcast nowadays too. But anyway, I think it would be fun. I could just have different people come on to talk about their various special interests, or I can just yap about various things. Each week, just at midnight, literally midnight Eastern. I come down here in the middle of the night. I talk for an hour and that's it. I don't know how to set up podcast stuff. I don't know if I would just do it on YouTube. I don't know if I would do it live or pre-recorded. I don't know. I really do not know. If anyone has any thoughts, throw them in the Discord. Link is in the description. Yeah. Anyway, Disco Elysium. We have gone past the point where I can start saying fuck. Cool. We are talking to the rich lady.
Good. What can I help you with?
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and white sails flutter overhead. Not a lot of people on boats,
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on an archipelago.
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is a single fertile landmass, the fourth largest island in the world. It is not an archipelago.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle.
Kim loves this car. Alright, I need to get back into... I need to actually start reading. Do more of the Okay.
It's for crossing long distances in the greater Ravachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Thank you, Rhetoric. Yes,
Before
I do.
you do, it would be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather more info on this boat of hers.
Thank you, Rhetoric. Were we gonna bug her for money?
The
Does she
boat?
have a name?
No. It is called Cor de Leyte 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Cool, but your boat really needs a name.
Okay. How about Cor de Leyte 19? Why?
She taps on the side of the boat and makes a hollow
Because
sound.
it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cor de Leyte, and its hull is 19 paces long.
How about Dolores?
Why Dolores?
I don't know. It feels pretty.
Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion. Okay,
Name,
because
okay, how
it was
about the sleek
manufactured in
fish?
Revachol East by a company called... What?
Because it's sleek and fish-like.
I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you.
Well, fine.
It's a pleasure craft. A 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Okay, kid.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Do you have a license for the
Officer,
boat?
I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Let's talk about the economics of this boat you're in.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Yes, exactly.
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator.
He doesn't look like you Western single
Then what
combat.
does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here? As I said, plenty of people drive boats, of all social strata.
She takes a sip.
Okay,
Something is about to happen in here.
of course.
Nothing happens for quite a while.
They will come from my head, the arguments.
As they do.
The thoughts happen inside his brain.
It doesn't.
Keep waving your hands.
My, it's as if there's a tiny spinner on the side of his head and he's reeling thoughts out.
Except he isn't.
The lieutenant is satisfied with where this is going.
A thought is going to come out of my head and into my mouth, and I will say,
Of course.
keep doing it.
Lieutenant, I truly don't understand what is happening here.
I told you his methods are unconventional.
I swear to God, I'm usually sharp. I don't know what happened. Why am I not killing
Your marbles on glass, dear. Don't worry.
What were we talking about
It was
anyway?
quite a while ago, but I think... Yes, we were discussing my fast, large, ineluctably middle-class boat. Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
No, it's a symbol of our subjugation to foreign capital, the bad kind of capital.
may I remind you that
Then what does that say? 33A? Yes. Anyway,
Okay. I don't think I have a
Good.
handle on this boat thing. Okay, fine, fine. Nah, nah, nah.
you're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I really want to make the
Why,
the,
yes,
the
I
time.
am. Of course
Not
there
a lot
are.
of people on.
We're on an
what
arc.
do you mean,
I mean,
Technically, the
I
neighbor.
thought it
okay.
was one big
if you
island.
want to get technical, the point is we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another, especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike.
I like how a bunch of people left as soon as I started doing the meh, meh thing. I can see the little dip. Anyway. I usually don't try and pay attention. Alright. Well, there weren't any other options. I wanted to make fun of her for being on the rich vote. Leave me alone. I just woke up. Also, I keep on forgetting. Yeah. Yeah, wait, I thought,
I haven't
instead.
seen.
Actually, it's for
Okay,
crossing
we've
long
done this.
Neither is this.
You need to make this lady.
Yes,
Before
I
you
do.
do, it would be pertinent.
Does she
The
have a
boat?
The
name?
word "it" feels strange. Such
Okay, because it was manufactured.
How about this
What?
little
I think I'll
fish?
stick with the fact it's a
What
pleasure
kind of
craft.
boat?
My slip.
I'm enjoying this.
I really do.
Do you have a
Office.
license
The
for this?
nonchalance might be related to.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of.
Yes,
Detective.
exactly.
Then what does 33A? This old proletarian haunt here?
Your synapses.
Oh, we got it.
flash.
This house, was built before the revolution.
Okay, it is anti-centennial.
The people who live there now lead a different lifestyle, if you know what I mean.
I assure you, they drove quite a hard bargain for this space. But you're right. I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my fast, lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat.
There is no shame in her voice. A touch of sadness, yes, but no shame.
Good.
Tell me about
What we
Wild
do.
Pines.
I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
Harry, you need to eat her. So what
The
do they do?
Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Who are the other Indo?
Saint-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Huh.
Why, thank you.
How much money does
I'm
Wild
not at
Pines
liberty
have?
to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
That's it? I thought Wild Pines...
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments.
Yeah, that's a lot of nights at the Whirling and Gags.
A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pine get
They
all these
started
billions?
as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and
Hello, Joyce.
madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing.
Are you going
It's taken
to
everything from its employees to build it.
are you going to pit Harry's feminist thought against his communist thought? Probably helps to start out with the royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What did such a huge system want with a place
You
like
mean
this?
aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
Okay, we're gonna ask her for money. Should we cozy up to her? I don't know. That's quite the endeavor.
There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What can you tell me about
Everything.
this strike?
Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What if I want to hear
First,
trade
you'd
secrets?
have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
Oh, I want to kill the octopus.
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your
I
role in
believe the
this?
official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
How are the talks going before the
Let's
lynching?
say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes.
Also,
both
now that we're
times
in
the
the
union
game,
won
let me
significant
know how audio
concessions,
is and all of that.
including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Also, I guess let me know, because I've not played a game like this on stream. Do you want me talking over audio? Do you want me being quiet while they talk? Let me know. I can do yap. I can just keep mostly quiet and just read and click things. I'm up for either. Whatever you want. Well, I'm asking what you guys want. Listen, then talk. Okay, cool.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
You think it's a good balance now? Okay. What happened to this Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Okay. Okay then.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
If you're gonna took off for... I might turn myself up a little. Can I even turn myself up a little? Another for the book. Well, I know that one. The scabs at the gate. Did you put them
The
there?
scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Thank you, Rhetoric. What are the
There are
demands?
leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
That seems fine.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I like
Then
it.
you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Personally, I don't think it has the same pizzazzo as every worker, a member of the board.
What do they mean by it, though? What's the
It's
demand?
quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what, about anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its martinaise terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
The king is dead. Long live the workers.
That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position.
Guys, I don't think she's
a
gonna help us out
hard-nosed tactic
financially.
at the side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
Tell me about Mr.
Everard
Clare.
Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Is he that
He is the
bad?
most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Wait, there are two of him?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself?
The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see.
An effective
Would you say
advocate.
the Debardeurs
Sure.
Union is...
I mean, I feel like we've already committed. I feel like we've already kind of committed.
Why do you think so?
They're good labor men. You can't fault them for a little corruption.
Ha! A real man of the left. What else can I tell you about?
Okay. I know nothing about what's going on. I know nothing about what's going on.
Everard Clare? Of course
Really?
not. Everard. He is the
Everard's a
most
hero.
corrupt individual I have ever seen. And I
Oh, I
deal
remember
with...
hearing
have you
something
seen
about
him?
Edgar. No.
Of course.
Yeah. You said something happened in the
I'm
election?
glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play.
I want to go meet
but
the union
what could
now.
they
I want to
do?
hear about them.
It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
I don't quite like how my dialogue has been going. I kind of want to restart. I've just been clicking buttons. Also because she really annoys me, and I kind of just want to piss her off. She, like, really annoys me. I really do not like her.
Of course. How else can I help?
What can you tell me about
Quite
this
a
lynching?
few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when my partner told you that I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world
Oh,
is sitting
dear.
nothing.
Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia? I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
How do I negotiate my way out of this?
Feelings will guide the way.
But man, 72% fail. Oof. But madam, I need to know about this lynching. It's very
I
important
assure
to me.
you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
You have so much else. I only have this. This is the entirety of my existence.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
This boat, for example, in a home somewhere. I only have
Officer.
this. I don't remember anything about this lynching. There's only this ghost and this lynching.
You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Some.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors.
Worked.
They're going to want to see something tangible. The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret in Martinaise. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look
catted
into
our
it.
way through it.
Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse me for a moment. Yes.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How did you hope it would
Honestly,
go?
I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance.
I'm sorry, Kim. I'm sorry. So actually, Kim likes it when we go crazy in the first one and we fail.
Good. Why,
You're
yes,
in a
I am.
boat.
Good.
Tell me
What
about the
we
wild
did-
pines.
There was a touch of discomfort.
So
The
what
Pines,
do they do?
and that is the...
The Wild Pines group is one of the
Who are the
Sombatis,
others?
Elysium.
You're in
Why,
good
thank you.
company. How much
I'm
money?
not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than
The
20
money that I
billion
owe is
real.
so much less
Yes,
than
past
that.
a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary. But they,
Okay.
a conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like they
Where did they
started.
get all these
Centuries of care, deliberate. You know more than you let on.
What does a huge system
You mean
want with this
aside from
place?
being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible? We built this
We. There it is. She owns up to it.
Okay.
all the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic, even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP. Before Martinaise was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of
Yep.
Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built
Also, I'm
it
getting
as a
more lore,
resort
so I'm
for its
enjoying going through this
Revacholian
combo a few different
employees.
times.
A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Let's talk some
What
more
would
about
you
this
like to
boat that
know?
you give on. Does she
The
have a
boat?
name?
The word it feels strange.
Okay,
Your boat
because
really
it was
needs a
manufactured
name.
in the X something.
The
X
ex-wife?
what? Thank you for the suggestion. I see the word has emotional resonance for you. For
Oh.
me, sadly, none. So I will stick with the factory name.
What kind of boat
It's a
is it?
pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be
I
rated
want
for
to
Category 1
fail the
racing.
reflexes.
Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop, I like.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks.
Do you have a
Officer.
license?
A
for this
nonchalance.
boat? Not a
Of
lot
course
of
there are.
people.
We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on
Yes,
an
we are.
archipelago?
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas a la Mer.
I haven't seen anyone else drive.
Actually,
Okay,
it's for
then he
crossing.
defends.
Neither is this.
You need to make this lady.
Yes,
you
I do.
have the guns and the ammo.
Oh my. The E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption?
Detective,
exactly.
may I remind you?
Then what does that 33A? This
All right,
old
come on, fail,
proletariat.
fail, fail. Yes.
She takes a sip.
Okay.
Something is going to happen.
Course.
Okay, I'm enjoying. I liked
Nothing
this dialogue.
happens for quite a while.
They will come from my
As
head.
they
The
do.
The thoughts
arguments.
happen inside his brain.
It doesn't.
Keep waving your hand
Why?
slowly.
Is this-
Except he isn't.
The lieutenant is satisfied with where this is going.
Keep doing it.
Lieutenant, I truly don't.
I told you his methods are unconventional.
I swear to God, I'm usually sure. I don't know what happened. Why am I
Your
not killing
marbles
it?
on glass, dear. It was quite a while ago, but good.
What can you tell me about this strike? All right. the
Everything.
strike.
Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What is your role?
I
in
believe the
this?
official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice,
And how are the talks?
they're not. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 race. Yes. Let's say
And when did...
Okay.
I arrived.
But
Alright.
the strike began in...
I wasn't
We've
the
already
original.
done
This
this, so
isn't
I'm
the
just gonna click
Heavens,
through.
no.
And
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
what happened to this
Mr.
gallant?
Clare, fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
What
There
are
are
their
leaflets at
demands?
every work.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I like it.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Nope, that's weak.
Personally, I agree. It lacks the pizzazzo of... It's quite simple. Just so you
demand, okay.
understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines.
The king is dead.
Essentially,
Long live
not-
the workers.
That may well be. I'm not sure. And now,
Excuse me.
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name...
Hello,
Everard...
the
Of
union
course not.
boss.
Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Say nothing.
He is the most corrupt individual I have...
Okay, there are two of him,
It's how they
and
circumvent
then-
the term limits, you see. With a funny little switcheroo. While in
Let's
office,
take
of
this back
course.
to the strike. The scabs
The
at the gate.
scabs, if they were...
It's implied.
Of course.
Let's change the topic.
How else can I help? Quite
What
a
can
few
you
information I'm to share with
Tell
Of
me
course,
about
and
this,
this-
How
and
curious.
then...
Awkwardness washes over the conversation.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
It's possible after a night of heavy drinking, I've lost all memory of my life in the world.
Dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
She must have been suspecting something for a while now.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
How do I negotiate my way out of this?
She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
Surely there's some other way to demonstrate a law
I will
enforcement
be frank with you.
coalition.
If
You're in. But expect
reports from the company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail, or
Detective,
I'm sorry, Kim.
this is not going quite as I hoped it. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your...
he doesn't let it show. But there is a limit to how... Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
The company must have more ears on the ground. She could have known
I
about my
wouldn't go that
condition.
far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a
I'm
professional.
sorry for putting us in this situation.
I'm
I-
sure you will, Detective.
We can just find my badge.
that would be fantastic, but
The situation might have changed drastically.
you could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take... No. If there is reasonable suspicion, what I propose is we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
I'm sorry,
Yes?
Kim. I failed Kim again.
you're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Do you know something
the
about
man
this
who was
tattoo?
killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching
Okay.
question.
No, I don't want to fail Kim. I feel bad about... This is my safe scum section. I'm not going to do the the negotiation, and I'll just be Lily. What?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Kim will always say that? Oh. You've never seen him not say that? Oh.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Yeah,
That's
you
the
know
man
something.
who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion. Better not tie the force.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Okay, fine.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Oh, I started. Okay,
Why, yes,
fine.
I
You're on a
am.
boat. Not a lot
Of
of
course
people
there
on
are.
boats.
Yes, we are.
Technically, the neighboring ozone.
I haven't.
Actually, it's for cross.
Neither is.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she. Before you do, it
Yeah,
would be
okay.
pertinent
That's
to
fine.
ask
That's
other
fair.
questions.
I'm sorry, guys.
Gather more info on this.
Does
The
she have a
boat.
The word
name?
it.
It's
What
a
kind of
pleasure
boat?
craft. A 19. Okay, because it was manufactured. What? I think I'll stick with the factory name. My sloop. I like it a lot.
I'm enjoying this
Fine.
one.
Okay,
I really
fine.
do.
Let's go. Do you have a
Office.
license?
Her nonchalance might.
Oh my. The E word.
Detective.
Yes,
Then what?
exactly.
33A? This old.
Your synapses
okay.
flesh.
There doesn't seem to be any other
You
eels,
mean
eels
eels
around here.
hips?
There is no shame in her voice.
Good.
Without Kim being slightly disappointed, tell me about
What?
the wild
There was a touch of this-
pines.
The
What do
pine,
they
and that
do?
is-
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity.
Why,
You're in
thank
good
you.
company. How
I'm not
much
at
money do
liberty
you
to
have?
discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you, and to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions. Walpines employ 72,000. They started. Centuries of care,
Okay.
deliberation, and madness. You know more than you let. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners? Who are responsible? There are no...
With your help, hopefully, says her
Okay,
warm tone.
what can you tell me
Everything.
about this strike?
Right up first, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements. That gives me... I am glad you see it that way.
You'd be shooting your...
But I
Okay.
am derailing. I believe
What
the
is your
And how are the-
role?
They're not. Now they won't
Okay.
even let me into the hot. Let's say
And when did...
I arrived 3 weeks.
But
I wasn't.
this isn't the first...
Heavens no.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Fuck off, midget.
Okay.
Go Montes.
Sorry.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator.
tolerate him
Mr.
being a
Clare
lot-
has worked with
okay.
before.
Okay,
And
I'll
who was
stop
more than
sweating.
fair
I'm
with him
sorry,
and the
Chad. I'm
union.
sorry. Putting big sweat or pinning a comment saying skip this part. It's just Lily second guessing herself. Why did I say big sweat? Oh, because I read sweat. What am I apologizing for? I don't know.
There are leaflets every.
Most of the workers...
Then you might
I like
also
it.
like their other slogan. Personally, I
sweet.
agree. It's quite. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines.
What are
Essentially,
you
I'm
gonna
not sure.
do?
And now,
Excuse me.
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates, the one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said
It's
it
the
was
sorry
call
cop.
me the
The
scat if
scat.
they.
It's implied.
Everard? Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick... He is the most corrupt... Yes, it's how they circumvent the term. The day by organized labor...
A mob.
Refresh... And your opinion, detective? If I may ask. I'm
And
a
if-
curious and talkative person, you see. Why do you think so?
Seems like a motley clue. I'm into it. What does this one do?
Well, I suppose that's one way to look at it. They're an interesting composition, albeit vile. But enough about Everard. I'm glad
Something
you are.
happened
Yes,
in the
Yes.
election.
On the last day of the downright the
Okay,
point of...
cool.
Thank you for your
And then we
concern.
got that.
Of course. How else can I help? That's the man who was killed.
How
I'd better
is-
not...
She wants to answer the question.
I need someone to give me a lowdown on this
Yes,
reality.
reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
I'm conducting a personal investigation of the world I find
How
myself in.
truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
My theory is that this inquiry into the nature of reality will ultimately converge with our murder investigation. They are really one
Are
and the
they now?
same.
A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then. Go ahead.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Oh, where are
We're
we?
in Martinaise, baby.
And what is
Martinaise is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Tell me more.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now.
You
The
mentioned
further down the
this-
coast, the wilder it gets.
Oh, you mentioned a sea.
It's
What
not
sea is
really a
this?
sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as les immensités bleues, the blue immensities. Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
What's the name of the island?
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinaise distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
Tell me another, perhaps even more fundamental aspect of reality.
I would be happy to. What is a We're in Martinaise, a
Baby.
casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd.
Oh, hold
It's a
on, hold
disco
on.
holdover,
I didn't
pay
go
it
down
no
this
heed.
dialogue. I like this one. I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinaise is you would be excused,
And that-
Revachol. Revachol is what you call a city,
What kind of city is Revachol?
the great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
What makes Revachol great?
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Who built it?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
When was
In
it
the
built?
DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
And
They
why
say
were
it's
resolved?
where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So we're in an unimportant part of an important
I
place.
think it's fair to say so. Martinaise is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom, coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Say nothing, observe the large body of water swelling cold.
She observes your eyes scanning the horizon.
Thought
Then breaks
gained
the silence.
derealization.
Slowly, this is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
You're right, Lieutenant. I'll continue later.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
Kim is way too good. What is it?
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
Okay. Well, Kim said to stop for now. Reach for something impossible.
A strange coldness comes over you. It's on the tip of your tongue. A doubt of sorts already in your head. But it's not fully formed yet. You have to wait and return to this later. Once the jamais vu thought is complete.
Okay, what times are this? Well, Kim wants us to ask tomorrow.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
You
Anything
seem
else
rich.
I can
Can
do?
I have some money?
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
What nice fact.
Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible, within reason. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces.
I just
Your
wanted
armpits
to
are
ask
late.
for money.
A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor, poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too.
I'm a goddamn working man. I'm not ashamed to ask this leech for some dough.
You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more demeaning it is to grovel at her feet.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Heard of billions. Mazovian socioeconomics proof.
Voila, you're doing it.
Can I have some money, ma'am? Help me, I'm poor. I need money to keep living.
Ah, yes, of course. I'm sad to hear that. How much do you need?
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
I need 130 real.
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
Oh, and she gives
She
it to us.
removes a few notes and... Whoa, whoa! Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot, train to Moneytown.
No, it would be dishonorable, and mine honor is
Can
my
you
life.
eat honor? Are you an omnivore? Give me a break.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
I'm still getting my head around this whole money concept. You were just
You're
helping
right,
me out.
ma'am, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries?
Why can't you
Quite
tell me
a few
about this
things. The
lynching?
information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. And this is...
How curious.
Awkwardness washes over.
I I see.
I could have eaten
Oh
it.
dear.
She must have been suspecting something for a while.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
And then I'll find it somehow. Let's talk about something
Of
else
course.
until I do.
But before we do, officers, let me be perfectly clear. The situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, the better for all of us.
Do I want to help her out? Or do I want to just chat? Oh yeah, the conversation about Kim about how to handle it. I think I'll do. She's your
That's
class.
the man who was killed.
Do you know
Better
something
not
about
tie
that?
the force.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol
Okay,
keeps...
about my
I'm afraid
missing
I can't say any
badge.
more
How do I
until we've
negotiate
taken
my
care
way
of-
into
She's in
it?
a go...
I will be frank with
You're in.
reports from the
Okay,
company
this
or
one.
Detective,
Yeah, we can think it over. Okay, cool.
this is not going quite. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your. This woman is running circles around us.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
No. What I propose is we ask her. Then
I'm
I'm
sorry
sure
for
you.
putting-
I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction.
Okay, cool. And now we're good.
you're back.
Tell me
It's
about the
quite
drug
straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics.
Oh yeah, I should have saved. Well, we already went down this path.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Oh. The Lord.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour.
Oh, it's the
into
racist
the
lorry
city.
driver.
Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them
I don't
might
feel
be
bad
waiting
about
for
fucking
a
him
crucial
over.
shipment.
Did I have to reload
I'll be
earlier?
explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
Okay, why didn't you come to the RCM
We
earlier?
did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
Okay, I've made up my mind about the smuggling investigation. It's no coincidence
No.
that there's...
We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you
Alright.
understand.
What proof do you have that
How
they're
do you think they're
involved?
financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for
Holy
themselves.
mama. So you think the strike is being funded with source ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, but she's clearly not the
Okay,
type
I've made
that...
up my
Yes?
mind. Sure, we'll take the C and what happens.
According to my report, it may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way.
Okay, that's it for now. Alright, holy shit. There's a lot of... Joyce's info. Or you just have to present the victim's tattoos, track down your badge. Holy shit, we have so many things. End of day debrief. Okay, and then these are a bunch of failed stuff that we have. I am... all the things. Okay, well we have a thought we can process. You must see your hand reaching out for them. Oh, we have to complete this one. Why do you feel like there's a 15th? That seems interesting, too. I do want to forget one. I don't need Lonesome Lone Way Home. Forget. I don't like this one. We can just forget this one. So this one seems more important, but I kind of want to learn this one. All right. Did you not see the dare lion in my intro? No drugs, sorry. All right, so there's a lot going on here with getting into different places and all of that, but there's a couple things I did want to do before the next day.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to get.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by? We have...
Oh. So I am curious about the smoker up
Hey,
there
what's
could be
that
a
noise down there?
witness. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. Never mind. I don't know how to get up there. I want to get over here. Yeah, I want to meet the Union characters. You can talk to him from the yard. Okay.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
No trouble for me. I just want to know what's going on.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
The gendarmerie really needs to
Is
talk
it
to you.
really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
It looks like you've got a good view of the whirlings backward. Can you tell me
I'd
anything
even
about
go
the
so
hanging?
far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Pretty sure you
No,
did.
not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look,
He looks around the courtyard again. Old patio chairs and dead houseplants litter
He's
the
an
scene.
actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
Thank you, drama.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of
It was my
friend?
Sunday friend.
What's your friend's real name? Did you see
He
something?
doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent.
Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martinaise.
That's definitely not his real name.
You're not actually called that, are you?
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
All right. Well, I guess we'll talk later.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Convince him to stay.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side. Throw yourself before his very feet like a dog.
Well, this is an insecty build. Yeah, so please don't go. I'll stop drinking. I'll take the trash out. Just please don't leave me.
Trash?
Please don't go. I'll even stop smoking inside.
Listen, I really have to go. Good luck with the investigation.
Oh.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
So we just give up?
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
All right, let's do that. What do you mean I apologize for getting sorry, cop? Don't make things up. Don't slander me. Stop slandering me. What is that?
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot
Poor
is
little
full.
viewer.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Look
A thick
inside.
layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onug written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the Star of Pericanasis, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Pericanassian Church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows.
Oh, there's a person. There's a bag. Now we can pick up bottles and sell them. Hooray! All right. So, I do want to go do D&D. But there is something I really wanted to do first. Oh. That's one way, I guess, of doing this.
An old called East Delta Commerce Center.
I wanted to put one more into... I really wanted that one volition check. I really care about that. So I am actually going to use my skill point, finally.
An old called East Delta Commerce Center.
Volition.
This must be the... Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger, healthier, and... Alright, maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships. Oblivion's the ace in your corner. There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell, waiting for her to answer the call. It's cold outside, and you can hear the wind blowing into the speaker.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
It's me again. I wanted to talk to you.
My God.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice again.
Are you repeating your words?
Michelle, just please.
Even her breathing, the way her voice drops when she finishes the sentence sounds exactly the same.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Is this some kind of joke?
Stop it already. Stop
The
repeating
voice
your words.
from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling and echoing in the box.
Is it over? Can we talk now?
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean. It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget about you.
And then it hits you.
You're
She
recording.
tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her voice is being played off a wax cylinder. Real or not, your mirror neurons react. It feels painful to be listening to this.
Why does it still feel like it's
Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. From time to time, you can hear people talking in the distance, but can't make out any words. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going.
Okay, well, we're gonna keep listening.
The phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around the sounds.
Is anyone there?
No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female voice speaks out, completely different from the one before. Glorious and total somehow, crawling inside your head. Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and rain streaks on car windows. Eyes like pilot lights watch your shape in dark hallways, guttering.
So,
The lieutenant cuts in.
it was a
inspecting the
recording
intercom.
trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve.
Smile. A recording trapped in the circuitry.
I don't have time to explain it to you right now. Maybe sometime later.
He looks to the sea almost wistful. Something weird just
Don't
happened
take
to
this
me.
the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something
Shivers too
weird
low to
is
hear the
almost
voice.
always happening to you.
That is true.
Can we no longer call them? Oh. Well, I guess we need more shivers. We'll do more volition later then. Okay, well, we'll start investing points into shivers, and then we can redo that call. I'm okay with that. Unless, is there one a little bit more? Yeah, there's one right here. We'll do this one. So then we can actually put points into shivers before we start doing stuff. Yeah. We'll level up shivers. That seems useful. We'll try to get that to 4 before we start doing stuff. Let's get the bag. And time to go investigate the Doom commercial sector, because I really wanted to do that. Okay. Unless maybe should I wait for the thing? For shivers, do you think I should wait to get the coat from the on the way to the Union boss? Do you guys think? For the Doom commercial sector? Where are we level-wise? Oh, we're almost about to level. We can get another point in shivers. So I'm not that worried. We can do some Doom commercial sector, I think. I feel like shivers would be really good here. Is why I'm hesitant. Only comes into play near the end. I mean, I guess we could go get a coat. Let's go pay him back, though, I think is a good idea. Oh, a lot of people are here now. Okay. Awesome. Talk to him.
Can I help you?
It's about
Yes.
that money I
Have you
owe.
got it?
How much
A
do
lot.
I owe you?
A lot for the... Well,
Here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
It's good you paid before 9 p.m., or your door would have been locked electronically.
Oh shit.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM.
Okay. Well, now we can talk to people here. Are any of these people interactable? This guy is. His what? I haven't traded his
Yes.
anything.
Hello again, sweetie.
Do you want a whole spoiler? How'd I make up the money? I asked Joyce
The
for it.
worker is in a deep...
Alright. Well, there's a way to the Union boss. Is that over here? You guys said that there was a Shivers coat? Around here? Oh, through Measurehead, okay. I gotta get in first. Oh. I guess we can talk to... Ooh, actually, what's in the package? Oh, we can't go over there. Did I find the coat? There was a coat hanging up that we couldn't get to.
Your body continues to betray your degeneracy.
Say nothing, size him up.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger, because you are not a threat to me.
Oh, so we need to do this before we can go get the coat? You guys can spoil that. I kind of want to go get the coat. Yeah, okay. What do you mean my body betrays my
You
dignity?
have succumbed to Al Ghul.
His face contorts in disgust as if he was smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Is it really
It's
so
not
bad?
good.
You're right, I'm an alcoholic. And I need that dead body to no longer be in the tree.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the Sandwich race is waning.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
The race stuff is unimportant here. I just need you to help me do my job thing.
Begging for help. Attempting to pass fear for cooperation. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture.
Okay, that last part is true.
You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor. This man is not budging. Let's hope his superiors inside are more cooperative.
I kind of want to go grab another Mountain Dew. I'm gonna go grab one real quick. But yes, I've heard Smalldog did tell me, hey, with your build, you're probably going to need to internalize some thoughts about racism, is what she told me. So I know that we're probably going to need to internalize some thoughts about racism. But she also told me don't be scared of doing it because it opens up a lot of fun dialogue options later with him. So it is not you committing to becoming racist, it is literally you thinking about the concept. So that was her advice. Yeah, you can absolutely just internalize and go, wait, this is bullshit. Oh, also, I wanted to say, I was thinking about Sunday. My plan was to do a hand cam. It might not happen. The thing hasn't been shipped out yet, so I don't know if it's going to happen. If not, I might just do a co-working stream, and I might fix the PS1 so that we can finally play Metal Gear. Is the hope. So that is my plan. Also, I might do another co-working stream the day after, or I mean the week after, where we go and where I basically clean this basement, and you'll just occasionally hear me yelling into the mic from the from the distance. I might just like disable the noise gate. So, because basically my goal is to get moved down into here. Basically, there are three things I need to do in my life right now that are important. I need to finish Sky's rigging, and that is what I'm working on in the evenings. Especially, because I am a bad rigger. I need to finish that. How's my hand? My hand is finally healed enough that I can work on things. So, I'm gonna finish Sky's rigging. And then yes, it is. I need to wear a brace, is the important part. I cannot take off the brace, and I need to use a trackball. Both of those are important things, but otherwise, my hand is finally at the point where I can work on things. So I need to finish that, and then I need to move down here, and I need to fix the PS1. Those are like my three things I need to do in order of importance, biggest to least. Right now, but the PS1 is like the quickest, so that way it might be the co-working stream. All right. Or I could do rigging for the co-working stream, honestly. That might not be a bad... Honestly... Sorry to get distracted. I'm lunching on a piece of bread and doing some stuff. I'm wondering if, honestly, a week of co-working streams would not be the worst idea. Just to try and... Because I want to get that done by the end of the month, which is a week from now. Well, I'm not gonna show it yet. I will show you guys me rigging myself, maybe, if you want. I can show you guys me doing my 1.5 2.0 rig. That might be interesting to see. That actually wouldn't be the worst idea. Yeah, and I don't mind the spoilers. That would actually be a fun... That would be a fun thing to do. Maybe next week is going to be co-working streams where I just have stuff off and I'm working and I'm just talking to myself and talking to you guys and having conversations. I might just need it. I need to get this thing done. It's one of those things that because of health and personal stuff has gotten delayed far too long. And it is one of those things I'm very ashamed of, that it has gotten to that point. So I want to get it finished as soon as possible, as well as possible. So honestly, maybe next week being co-working streams is not the worst idea. Just so that I'm not doing it alone. I could set it up as co-working streams where I'm in a co-working thing and I can have like Tuna and Nani and Maple and all the others pop in whenever they want. I'll do that. Next week is going to be co-working streams. I'm going to do that. Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of snacking for a second. Okay, let me send one DM, and then I'll be back into the game, and then I can focus on this game, because this thing has been stressing me out a lot. Alright. Alright. I don't know if Holly Mama is still in here. Holly Mama, are you still in here? I don't know if she is. Okay. I'm gonna let them know. Alright, she has chatted today. She said, yeah, hello. Yeah, hello. What's the thing that you call in Live 2D? Where you press the button and the toggles. Okay, just sent that. Alright. Sent to DM I've been scared to send. Yeah. But yeah, you know when like everything is going to shit and you just want to run away from everything, and no, it was to the client, and it's just like one of those. I mean, things have been going bad. Hi Holly. Hi, I just DM'd our child. My goal is to have all the rigging done by the end of this month, and then we can do all the adjustments. I don't know how up to date they have been with what's been going on with me, because I have been kind of in retreating mode. I've been trying to share a little bit of stuff with Holly Mama and friends and some stuff on Twitter, but yeah. To say my life has been a mess these past few months would be an understatement. I'm trying to make February 1st my New Year's, if that makes sense. Where everything is dealt with and all of that. Here, I sent this. I am... Okay, Yeah, I am. I mean, a lot's been going on, but also that's just not. I mean, it's one of those things where I would have refunded the commission, but the rigging part is free, so I can't really refund that part. But she got the avatar with the idea that there would be free rigging with it. If that makes sense. And she's a very patient client, but I want to. I also don't want this to become a recurring thing. So this is gonna happen, and then I'm gonna rig my own and Holly Mama's models, and then we open up more rigging once everything is good. Things have been so bad with me. Things have been so bad. These past couple months have been like a living nightmare. Things should be hopefully soon. Also just frustrating with the hand injury because it's actually been keeping me from doing work, which just plays into all of this, and then the family stuff, and then everything else. And then, as you guys know, my mental state itself has been unstable. So, it's been bad. It's been bad. I feel ashamed though, because it's a client. And she's so nice. So, yeah, Holly Mama, we need to talk to that mutual associate of ours if she has more hat thoughts, when she's okay. The fun thing about and I'm sorry to distract from all the gameplay and everything. Turn it down a little bit, just while I yap. I'm just in a little bit of a yap mode. So we also have this thing where Lily 2.0 is going to be a we've designed a lot of it. Holly Mama, do you have the current bald version that I can show off? Could you DM it to me? I kind of want to show it off. The no hat version. One sec. Thank you, Holly Mama. Yeah, take your time. But basically, so right now, we are doing kind of a major overhaul of the Lily avatar to be more robot girl, to have toggles for different parts of the outfit. Being able to like toggle the sweater so that you guys can see like the joints and all of that kind of stuff, and also so that we can make it in real life. And also replace the headscarf, because apparently kerchiefs, for whatever reason, people just fundamentally do not understand what they are. But also they're just kind of hard to draw and rig in this style. Like, I mean, I guess another option we could do is just redoing the kerchief again. I guess I could put that there. I do like the kerchief. Yeah, I think they're cute. I would honestly probably start wearing one. I've been kind of thinking about it because I can't wear hats. My head is too big for hats. Like, this is not I wear size XXXL or XXXXL. I literally cannot buy hats. I can go to a haberdashery and they will not make it to my size. I have found one place ever, and their biggest size that just barely hits. If anything fits, if anything, it's a little snug. Let's see. I can find my order for the hat while Holly Mama is pulling up stuff. Oh, growing up, they were always like, "Oh yeah, everything is like perfectly average. Your height, like, you know, like average or like slightly below average. Your height, your things." Not going to finish that. Not going to finish that sentence. But you know, the normal things that like people like to measure. Except for my head size. There are things that certain pediatricians just check and measure and make sure are in like normal things. And I will say, growing up, for like a boy, I was perfectly normal. Because, yeah, I'm trans. Surprising no one. I've mentioned it multiple times at this point. But there's always someone in chat being like, I didn't realize. And it's like, my voice, I feel like is pretty clockable. Not gonna lie, I couldn't tell. Well, I am. No, it's not something to apologize for. It is not clockable. We need to tell that to Renren. We need to tell her that her voice is not clockable. Because she has, I remember when it's like, I'm gonna, God. Anyway. It isn't, okay, well, I haven't had any vocal training or anything. This is just my regular voice. This is just how I speak. Yeah, Halo. I think I remember that. And someone was like, Chefek was like, is this, hold on, is this, and I was like, no, I don't think it was meant like that. You're fine. Do not worry. I will tell you guys if, here we go. Here is the full... Yeah, I am, anyway. We're just yapping now, but I just needed to yap. It was a really rough, it was panic attacks and everything all day. You guys are fine. Is it not loading? Hello? Is it just way too big? Oh, it's just way too big. Let's see now. Alright, let's scale, filter, transform. screen. There we go. Let's get her. Anyway, so this is the revised model that we're doing. It has, why did it import like that? That's weird. Anyway, she has, new, oh, it's because it's full resolution. So she has, the electric eyes. Here, can I scale her up a little bit more? For some reason, the whole thing is like, it's not letting me scale well. For some reason, despite it being like trimmed normal, it's trying to do it as like a full desktop size. I don't know why. Yeah, that's brass joints. Brass and plastic. So we have the electric eyes. And those are gonna be fun. So we're gonna have a sweater toggle so that we can show off the doll joints. We base these off of Megami device joints with a little bit of frame arm girls going on. Holly Mama has been adding a little bit of electrical. Oh, you guys can't see my mouse, I don't think. But she's been adding little like mechanical design bits, like little bits of detailing and stuff. So the dress has always been like this, honestly. The knees, I think, are not quite finished. There's like one more revision. And the boots, I think, aren't quite finished, she said, in the DM. But yeah, but this is a little bit more robotic than what I currently have. And I am excited for it. I think it's good. And so, you know, I'm still gonna have the sweater, obviously, and all of that. It's just gonna be toggles. But so there was a thought of the big hat, maybe potentially in the future. But we've been struggling. It's like, what is a hat that like really fits this design? And we're not really sure. There's a couple that come close. That have been, yeah, the beret, but like, I wouldn't wear a beret. Like there's... Yeah, like people like beret, floppy hats. I don't know. And there's like some... thing... Yeah, there's some like, and we're like kind of wondering, do I go with one of these hats with the pom-poms on the side? There's a lot of hats that have been done. And the problem is a lot of them are like cute, but like don't really... A welder's mask would be funny, honestly. And then there's like some good concept, and I don't want to share them because I can't, because she's, I think, sleeping right now or dead. And I don't want to ask. But we could also, I like the kerchief. I think the kerchief as an idea is really well fitting for like kind of like a robot or tinker or something. Like something that you just kind of wear in your head to keep to keep it from out of the way and like all of that. And I think it has a good vibe. It's just, yeah, but like rework. Do you remember, Chovek, the back and forth that we had with Holly Mama? That, when we were reworking the kerchief. Do you remember how bad that was? Poor Holly Mama. It was... yeah, no, I think the kerchief might honestly be the vibe. Yeah, like Winry's. Okay, let me look up Winry. That is the... Okay, I'm about to start playing again. I'm sorry, everyone. We could just focus our energy on a clearer redesign and then... Kerchief plus... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you know, yeah, I think maybe the kerchief is the right. We do the kerchief, we add a pattern to it, I think would be good. Some sort of pattern to the kerchief. Has time been passing in game? No, it stays still when you're stuck on a option. All right. Maybe have a logo. We could have, maybe the rigging showed. Okay. All right, I'm going back to the game. Yeah, it only passes when advancing dialogue. By the way, I finally got my YouTube bank account verified. I think I missed payout for this week. I mean, for this month, which kind of sucks. But it is finally verified. In the future, I can finally get paid by YouTube. Just not until next month. Unfortunately. But they worked out all the glitch in the system. Support got back to me. And then we got it verified, and then the verification went through, and we're finally done. So memberships and super chats and all of that now actually go to me, which is nice. Thank you, Fresh Toast, for the super. Thank you. I'm gonna add notifications for super chats and memberships and stuff too. That's a good thing to add, I think, this week. Maybe I'll do that when I get off. Chovek! Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. You got weeping. All right. We're going back into the racism. Thank you, Kuglov. Thank you. Hungarian currency? Huffs. Disaster. Thank you. Hungarian forint. Doesn't everyone use the euro? No, sorry, this is incredibly ignorant. I thought Europe used the euro mostly. No. Okay. EU. Is Hungary not in the EU? I thought it was. It is. Okay. Yes, the UK doesn't, but the UK is weird. And also the UK left many Eastern EU plus the Nordic. Okay. Hey Grace, can I read that out on stream? I just got a weird text. I got a text from my sister saying we can get Polish passports. I don't know why we can get Polish passports. Does this have to do with World War II? That's my, yes. Oh my god, what? Okay, we'll talk about that after stream. And or World War I. If you get Polish citizenship, you have to renounce your American one. With Bulgaria and Romania. It depends on the country. Some countries are okay with dual citizenship. Hold on, let's look up the... Okay, we can passports, but can we get visa? It would... Have you been talking with Mom about this? Have you guys been weighing your options? Is that what's been happening? Yes? Okay. Our family is going through some interesting times right now. And long story short, for many reasons, my mom's probably going to need to move. And where she moves is probably going to be where she moves for like the rest of her life. We have EU citizen? We can get EU citizenship? What? Huh. That's a possibility. Is it a good idea? Yes, we would probably not live in Poland, I imagine, if we got Poland citizenship. Huh. Okay. Well, Grace, have fun with that. Yeah, I imagine we would probably move somewhere else in the EU. That might be a little bit more... Citizen by descent is fucky with EU citizenship. Yeah. We'll see. Have fun looking into it, Grace. I'm assuming it's probably not going to happen. That is my... Yes, we only speak English. I mean, like, so, like, what does that leave us? Yeah, it leaves us Ireland. Would we move to Ireland? Okay, unironically, yes, I think probably. You don't want to move here? The housing problem is insane. The culture shock would actually kill you. You don't even know. Especially Scandinavia. Oh yeah, we could... We'll figure stuff out. This would be a fun conversation to have. We pull in Chovek into the group. So we make a Discord chat with my mom, Chovek, and Grace, and be like, let's talk. Oh, and we'll grab like Tia and some of the others and be like, let's talk about moving to Europe. I'm very confused about that. Polish. But yeah, I don't think, like, but yeah, I don't know if citizenship by descent would work for EU reasons. I think that would be weird. There is more than one type of passport. It's more paperwork and we'd have to live in Poland, but it should be possible. Interesting. Grace, I'm gonna be honest. Grace, I'm gonna be honest. We might have land in Poland. What? What? Yes. Grace, I'm gonna say though, all he knows is it's wild horses and forest, nothing good. Grace, what I'm gonna say is it might be better for me to move to Florida than me to move to Poland, if you know what I mean by that. Okay. Why don't you move to a nice cottage in the Alps? Why do we... Alright. You know what? Go figure that out. Yeah, if we own land. What a strange twist to all of this stream. What is happening? It is 1,000... Well, so I am fine. I'm in Maryland. Yes, you're gonna have to speak to an immigration lawyer. Figure that stuff out, how about, is what I'm gonna say. God, what a weird... Have fun. Let's figure that out, I guess, later. Gribus? You want to move to Europe? Yeah. You guys are not moving to Switzerland. We cannot afford Switzerland, is what I'm going to say about Switzerland. We also don't want to move there. Grace, Switzerland is one of the most expensive places in the world, bar none. Yes, we could move to like Austria or something. Switzerland is literally the I'm gonna stop talking to me. But it's very, very expensive. The sound... Grace, I'm going to throttle you. We can move to Iceland. Hold on. I like that one. Iceland sounds nice. Yeah. It's a bit pricey, but not problematically expensive. Yeah, I'm thinking the Lily, Grace, and our mom move to Europe thing only happens if my mom ends up with a bunch of money. All right. Yeah, Grace, you can join us after you get your master's. Table or name. Okay, I'm going back to playing the game. What is happening in my... If you do have any questions about the EU, feel free to ask Europeans in the server, though. Here, I'm just gonna make a... Cool. I just added Grace and Chovek to a group chat. I swear to God, if I move to Europe, what would I even do in Europe? Well, stream, probably. I'd probably be just streaming full time. Anyway, back to stuff. Switching to EU hour. I'm applying to Globey.
It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the arbor.
Push them out of the way.
That is right. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war.
I could come to Vexpo.
Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul
This is fucking whiplash after whatever the
Inside, we'll
conversational.
store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race
Wouldn't that
theory.
mean I have to become
He
a
would take
Simonese?
you- Well, not as such. What you do with the mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist. He does not so much as glance at the object.
Put this into the
Stop
trash.
showing me.
He had nothing to do with it.
Okay. Alright. What about...
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand, and he's squeezing it. It hurts.
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk. Say it. I am a degenerate alcoholic.
well, yeah, I know I am.
Good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further.
What are those tattoos? of yours?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Yeah. That internal dialogue. Which part?
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt. You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. This is not craniometry, just an observation. You do not wish to be judged because you are a genetic blob of polycultural deformities. This is understandable.
Alright, subscribe to his...
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
I don't want to do that.
Yes, better not to expand your mind in this direction. You may find out too much about the mystery. Fly too close to the race sun.
Oh, did that just lock us out of the... Shit. Oh, fuck. Did we just hard lock ourselves? Ah, fuck. Okay. No, we don't have the thought. Right? Oh, wait, we could talk to Kim.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians, because that won't get us anywhere. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hook.
How else are we gonna
There
get
must
through
be
the gate?
some other way. Let's go see the yard again. It faces the other end of the harbor.
You
We're
guys, we
done
have
with
one
Measurehead here.
Motorix. I don't know how we're getting through. Is there another option for us to get through? We could just load and keep trying to punch him. Ah, that was so long ago. Oh, you get a bonus to punching? Okay. But he's the one, I was trying to...
We are not here on some political quest. We are not here on some political quest. We are here to solve a crime. Don't make...
The lieutenant. That's right. You should.
Your race descent has only worsened.
Okay, so let's save the game. We're good. We can punch him again, and we have Volition. Thank you, Volition. We love you, Volition.
You have really let yourself go.
All right.
It is.
All right. we locked ourselves out of the way. We're not succeeding. All right, let's see what we have in clothes. I think that is our physical instruments. Clothing. I think we literally have it. Yeah.
Your race descent has only worsened since
Okay,
last
well,
sold.
we're just gonna have to save scum this.
Really let yourself
Because
go.
I accidentally locked myself out of the...
It has happened.
All right.
Your race descent has
You serve the
Don't
Union.
be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
There's a fizz-boosting thought you can get for them. I've already kind of talked to them, yes. You keep telling yourself.
Mr. Claire is a man of vision and means. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
Communism is pretty cool.
Idiotic communism is the
Oh.
single greatest contributor to, above all, rampant multinational finance still offshore. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much.
Measurehead stoically looks
Okay.
to the
Sorry.
distance.
Okay,
in
we got him.
silence.
Sorry. We're good.
Just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat, into the cartilage.
Sorry, I'm a little bit
You could swear you
thrown
felt
off by the
soft
EU
panic.
citizenship thing going on. The like, what the hell has happened in the past hour? What do you mean we could move to Europe? Anyway.
The man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, the sounds of the harbor are falling silent.
Rip into him with the right hook? Wait, what should I do?
Don't wait. You've only got a millisecond. He's coming.
Okay.
Oh God. Wrong move. Your head is in his hands, like a pair of forceps crushing you.
Oh, it has to be
You
two.
know the words. I am. It must be neurodegenerative. You
All right.
never learn.
We did. Hold on. We did it. We did it again.
Just like that, the man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, the sounds of the harbor are falling silent.
Okay.
The man lands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. For a moment, he still tries to keep his head up, dazed eyes looking at you with unimaginable surprise. To your left is the button. As you slam your fist on the button, the man collapses entirely, his head rolling to the side.
Looks like you're the new Measurehead now.
Her voice is surprisingly calm.
No one is the new Measurehead. Let's go before he gets up.
Okay.
The man is...
Didn't even have to become... Yeah, because we accidentally locked ourselves out of everything. Right, I was gonna pull up my hat size. Hold on. I was pulling it up. And then I got distracted by a million things. Okay, I had to get... Hi, Tia. Did you hear that apparently we have Polish citizenship? And also land there. What exactly? Anyway, so I think my, it's like 64 centimeters, I think is like my, hat size, or like 25 inches. And that's like a little tight. Where are we? Oh. We got a book. Every worker, member of the board. Radio. Someone left the coffee machine on. Okay, tap. Oh, there we go. The Hardin.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks.
Open the drawer.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
What's my volition solo right now?
Look how blurry all the lines on these papers. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing.
Could I actually focus through not focusing?
You're a police officer, not a spiritual healer. You can focus the normal
the morale
way by turning your
damages.
attention to something.
Leave them for now for mom. Oh, okay.
The drawer slides.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, we can heal. There we go. Yeah, that was a white check, and it let us heal, and we... Oh, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, never mind.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. The white rectangle of the Revachol Citizens Militia is clearly visible on its back. This is your cloak. You can feel it.
Lieutenant, I think that's mine.
Yes, it does bear the RCM insignia, and we are the only detectives in Martinaise.
You think I should get it?
The service cloak issued to you by your station? Yes, yes, I do.
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips. I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours. That's what the cloak is relaying.
We have a lot of items we can interact with. Like, what is this? Oh, this teaches us about communism. We can read that later. We'll want to interact with a lot of that stuff later. Okay. Yeah, we almost look like a detective
An
now.
imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says,
Yeah,
"The
I have
machine
money."
swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air.
Useful patterns?
Undoubtedly, no. Sure, why not?
Okay.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer.
Look at the
It
note.
appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Look, him a to-do note with a list of
Everard
errands
Clare,
for-
probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. Remember, Leo, all items on the drawer.
Alright. Well, we have a lot of stuff to do for tomorrow. We can go past and go talk to all the different strike people and all of that. Sorry. We have glasses now. Oh my god, we look hideous. I love us. Oops, sorry. Alright, so we can explore... I guess you have no choice but to talk to the union leader. Fuck! I wanted to go explore the doomed commercial district. Yeah, I know we have tomorrow. Oh, what's over here?
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marche. On. Arrête.
Okay, well, we can do that later. God, there's so much to explore over here. Fuck. No, this area is huge. Yes, I will take some more. Hello? You okay? CQ love.
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisund on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Hey.
Everard, he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
Oh.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
No, of course not.
I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
He doesn't seem to be waiting for you to answer.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
What's in that container
Oh,
over
that
there?
one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
I'm looking for the leader of the dock workers
Oh, you want
union.
Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood.
He coughs and continues immediately.
Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinaise what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
Easy now, Leo. I just not want to know where I can find this man.
Mr. Everett is usually in his office, of course. But you gotta be quick if you want to see him. He leaves around 10 p.m.
Fuck. Okay, I'm
Bye
off.
now.
Wow, there he is.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Are you in charge
Welcome,
of the
Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
Yes, I know there are 2 of them.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinaise.
The man relaxes into his chair and continues.
I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good. he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Why are you calling me Mr.
Please,
Dubois?
Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget it.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
I guess we'll remain serious.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say.
Yeah, this would have actually killed me.
This should take care of that nonsense.
He points to a large, giant novelty check on his desk. It's almost...
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. But also don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course.
He's not.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said, don't worry, he actually meant, be very worried.
Wait, how do you know about my lost gun?
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Kim!
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Composure, don't panic.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it. You want to cry? God, you're weak. Whatever you do, don't cry. He'll think you're disgusting.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down.
Yeah,
Chill.
shut up, composure.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
The large man snaps his fingers, but to no effect. You're in some stupor. Keeps sliding down the chair to get Jello
Mr.
shot.
Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
Oh yeah, man, I'm fucking great. Keep sliding.
Don't be dramatic. I can see your condition isn't terminal.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Fuck. These all seem bad. Hold on. I should have saved. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, let's just gain some morale. This seems like a bad convo. I'm told that
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny fat guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy.
I am.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what? I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Aren't you gonna ask me how I got in?
Am I going to ask? Hell, Harry. You spin-kicked my strongest man in the face. I saw it from my window. Would you ask a man like that how he got into your container yard?
You don't have a window.
It was a figure of speech, Harry. Of course I don't have a window. I'm in a container. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
I met Joyce.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here. Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinaise. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy.
The previous union vanished under mysterious circumstance.
Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Funny, Joyce didn't mention any casserole.
Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
That much is true. His heart truly is in it, though you wouldn't think so by looking at him. This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction. If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression or demeanor now.
What happened to the previous negotiator?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
You made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
You called him a midget?
Harry! I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're
What
pals.
is this character?
Yes. Low balling, of course.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Why haven't you let her
If
in
she
to see
actually
you?
wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Can you help me get a dead body
You
from a
might have
tree?
noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
You're a community leader. Help your
I can
community
certainly
out.
see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you.
He picks up the handset of a radio phone to his right, then clicks the button.
Jean-Luc, the cop who bested you in physical combat is here, and he has a little dead body in a tree problem. Namely, he needs it to be taken down. Please extend him this courtesy. You can find Luke down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you, now that he's back on his feet.
I want to talk about the hanging.
That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinaise. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help you, like I'm helping you with the body. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
Kim, is that true? Are we door-opening
I'm not
machines?
sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Whose door is it?
No one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
What do you mean by
a
weasel?
Loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
Why don't you open
Harry,
it yourself?
I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
Let's refuse the test for
Harry,
now.
I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Even worse, we won't be able to speak like equals about the murder. Perhaps this was just bad timing for you. Know that you can...
Yes, we both understand what you meant.
This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later.
Let's talk about my lost gun.
Your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're
Guys.
turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone.
Are we gonna just help both groups?
Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Hold on, could he really hold
Who
my gun
knows?
hostage?
Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Does this mean if I do things for you, I'll
Damn
get
it,
my
Harry.
gun back?
That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
A fantastic change of heart, Harry. Go talk to Manana down by the gates. He'll brief you and give you the key. Just open one little door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. That's it. Anything else we should discuss?
You call me Mr. Du Bois.
Of course. Let us
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
So that's really my name?
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you?
Harry
What are
Du
the odds
Bois.
of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
My memory's fine. I'm just testing
So
you.
good to hear that, Harry. Apparently, my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out with my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Lieutenant.
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Asking too many questions will make you look weak. You should maybe focus on the folder. Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Read shipping folders before. Where did you get that folder?
This? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
What kind of cop does it say I am?
Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
I'm sorry?
Yes. You seem to be. A lot of the time. But right now, there's no reason to be. Let loose a little. Be you.
Have another look at that folder.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
That's not an RCM folder.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinaise.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau.
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
So the Census Bureau says my name is Harry Du Bois.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
Everett, I'm going to leave now, but we might talk again
Wait.
later.
You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Thanks. I was wondering how I was supposed to
Here,
get out.
You're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
That sucked.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
Yes, my
We
house
can
and
pick
room
up where we
calls.
left off tomorrow morning.
Okay. But I don't want to. Find a way into the secret passage. The smoker on the balcony, open the apartment door, find rent, getting the body down. God, so much has happened. Look, something forgotten on the coffee table. Oh yeah, we can talk to Leo more. We could talk to Leo more. I wanted to deal with the crane.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's
I had
right,
some
lady.
questions
no
for you.
trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's
What are you
like
doing?
that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
You work
Yes,
here?
yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bell.
Oh, okay, it's okay to talk over Leo? Then
Lee.
I'll talk over Leo a little bit.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away.
There's just been so much dialogue going on.
Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those douce sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus, but I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Who's this Miss?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
Oh, fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids.
Oh.
Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
Oh.
So Everett trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
Think you're doing a great job around here,
Yes,
Leo.
this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinaise, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
What are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
Let's do logic.
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
I don't know how I failed that. Wow, red is so much prettier than
Sure is,
Drabble and
mister.
green.
Sure is. Really livens up the place. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I had to break this bonding moment, but the red containers mean they are replacing the company livery with the union livery, which means this strike isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
Where is everyone?
Most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everett is in his office, where he always is, and Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett sent them on a nice vacation, for a week or so.
What kind of trouble did Titus and his friends get
I'm
into?
not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Well, what did they do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Look at him. It's not gonna be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
Too rowdy, Leo?
Too
What kind
late. Leo's mouth
Oh,
is
no.
still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. This guy could go on till the end of days. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a...
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What was that about the borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
What do you mean by taking this to the men? Is it for
Yes,
striking?
yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Who makes it at the whirling?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
I'm gonna look into the borscht.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm off. Alright, we have a lot of stuff now. Oh, it disconnected. Is it reconnecting? Are we back? Hello, hello, hello? We're back. My Fristle.
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international development, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside
Maybe
the cover,
save this for when we need to pass time. Okay. I think that's not now. What did I want to do now? Oh, I wanted to operate the crane. That seemed fun. If the crane is... Where is the crane? Ooh, hold on. Let me get the change. Guys, I think we're gonna be good on rent. Yeah, and we have the giant novelty check. Alright, I want to...
A rusting control marsh. On. Arrête. Crane stands tall, proud, erect, and still.
How can we open the container door? It's like dangling, isn't it? So we can't. Unless there's a container door somewhere else.
A rusting marsh with a loud grind. The
There we
crane
go.
shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Now I want to open it. Okay.
And with a surprise, this crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container.
What's inside the container?
Who can say? All you know is, it's special.
I can't see how that was worth the ruckus, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Do I need to turn off the crane? Here, I'm gonna save.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. The crane does not return.
Okay. Gonna turn that off before we start, because that seems important. Let's open the crane.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Lieutenant, I think there's something special about this container.
Is this like your thing with that wall again?
Maybe I can't tell. I think we should investigate further.
You do? Because I don't.
Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Maybe there's contraband
There
in
may
there.
very well be, but we are not here to look for that. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
Open the
You
door.
attempt to turn that to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Knock
No
on the door.
reply.
Persuade the door?
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because getting physical
Because
wasn't an
what
option.
wasn't an option?
Using my body over my
Now
wits.
is not the time to get philosophical.
You're back before the cargo container.
Well, that seems important. Another time, perhaps. Well, I wanted to open it. Wait, I saved. Hold on. Hold on. We can save scum the door. What if I want to open it now? I know. There's also that thing with that wall I want to figure out. And we have high shivers now, so once we get more volition, we can go do the other place. At least. Alright, well, we have a lot to investigate now. Like, a lot. Wasn't there somebody we're supposed to get the key from? Are they not here anymore? Did they leave? Do they hate us? Everyone must be gone. It's late.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What about the back seat?
End of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
What kind of stickers
The
and
driver
insignia?
has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
You think the lorry belongs to a
Likely,
tough
yes.
guy?
This guy's proud of who he is.
Okay. Alright, well... we can investigate that. I guess we can go see if Measurehead is still there. If not, we can get down the body, at least tomorrow, which is a... Oh, yep, he's still there.
Do not presume this has drastically altered our race dynamic.
It was just something I had
Our
to do.
personal dynamic has changed. A little.
Can you get the body down
So
from the tree?
it was. You bested me in race combat to reach my superior, then had him give me an order. I salute your cunning, enemy. I will go and remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
There's a but.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
Lieutenant, what if we don't
This
want to
is
do that?
the uncomfortable result of not taking it down ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup. Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
We're just trying to keep things from going to shit.
Have you ever thought that maybe things should go to shit?
Oh.
I'll cut you, by the way.
You hear that? That sound? He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
I've seen enough of the dead body already.
Don't worry. Physical stuff like this is really easy for Measurehead. Mental stuff, too. He's really spiritual, you know. It's late outside, isn't it? You guys must really like doing what you do to be out so late.
Oh, she turns to behold the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching the gates.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
There's been no say we did what we
And
did.
what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
Alright. Well. Yeah, it would make more sense if the... Oh, they're closed. Alright, well, we can go mess with the body now.
Hello again, officer. How are things?
It's late and you're
I'm
still
a Nighthawk.
here?
She's still here.
You don't have to stay here because of us.
I like the city at night, don't you?
Run. Okay. Well, we can go investigate the body.
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
You need to act decisively. It's Kuno. Use Kuno words.
Stop using the K word. It belongs in the... Wish I could have
Shoot
seen
that
it.
shit at Kuno, Pigonaut! Kuno doesn't...
Alright, well, we'll deal with that later.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Well, it's down.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
Oh.
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
Am I really gonna do the entire autopsy at midnight?
The RCM's 4-phase murder scene processing manual.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up!
Got it.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses.
Apparently we are.
And takes a deep breath.
What exactly is the
Come
field
on,
autopsy?
officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Muindi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Epui Descent, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Alright, let's
There
get in
truly
there.
is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
Okay.
I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes?
Yes, we just fill this in.
That's right.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is relieved you know the protocol.
Alright.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with
Alright, assistant.
That's you.
Right. HDB.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says
KK57-0803.0815.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date 0803 and time of arrival 0815 on the scene. He's indexed the case after himself, not you. That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Alright, we'll just write it down.
NA. Next.
Date of birth. Age.
Roughly 50.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
I'm gonna write about 42.
He nods.
Race.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish.
Write
the
it down.
pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Fucky, fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
This is right, male.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Date of death.
We're still going with March 4th. 51.
Alright.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Evidence
None.
of treatment.
At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
What exactly is
Interfering
treatment?
with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure.
Okay.
A silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand on the corpse's chest, as if in preparation.
We should start the post-mortem.
Right,
The
turn
corpse
page.
cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
External.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing. The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design.
What's wrong with me doing the autopsy at midnight? Why is everyone surprised about me doing the autopsy at midnight? Is it bad to do the autopsy at midnight?
Tattoos.
Like, I was like, it's just uncommon.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white.
The hard time limit is 2 a.m.
The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini.
Oh, I've just had an insanely productive day one. Oops. I didn't mean to. I want to go do Doomed Commercial Sector. And then I didn't. That's what we're doing tomorrow. We're going to the cop car, we're getting the thing. Maybe we interview a few people inside first, and then we go to Doom Commercial Sector.
The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color, yellow. Length, 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with the age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Alright, write it down. Short, light brown, male pattern baldness.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
Alright, write down.
Ligature mark.
Produce a small folding knife with the other hand on the belt. He starts cutting in the polyester. The stench is horrid.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Good thing we got these chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Look for
the belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
Not your pig,
You are?
No.
Concentrate on the belt, not on who is whose pig. There is no pig. There are only the chain cutters and the belt.
Let's...
You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already they're buried deep in the man's flesh.
Buckety.
Then you rotate them to get the
Buckety
lieutenant
fuck.
looks by, somewhat worried as you summon power words to your...
Enough.
Yeah,
Cut
fuck
some.
him.
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
Alright,
He
let him
sinks
work.
the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts.
I'm
with
gonna let him
his
work.
elbow
I'm gonna
to
let
his
him do
knee
it.
For precision. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the
Thank you,
dark
Kim.
red ligature mark around it.
Here.
Until it comes to a
The
gap.
rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
Alright,
Chest is
write it
intact,
down.
normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia...
No! It's gonna happen, see?
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Inspect
The dead man's
genitals.
penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
Alright, we're gonna write it down
Back
and move
is
on.
symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, Dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
The scarring is extensive.
Mm-hmm. We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item. Hands.
His flesh is cold. Icy.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from and what's your name? I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from.
Oh.
From Cappadocia. And your name is Il Corbo. What can I do you for, Il Corbo de Cappadocia?
Nothing. I got nothing.
Nothing does. This was pleasurable. I sincerely thank you for touching my hand. We should do this more often. Be close like this, I mean.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
Were we expecting
I
any?
was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Alright, write it down.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Internal
Central nervous
examination.
system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
No.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system
I don't
is
know.
intact.
It just seems... I'm
Unremarkable.
trying so hard not to annoy him, yeah.
Respiratory system.
He stops. Both.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid, ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hands.
Let's look inside his mouth.
No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again.
All right, maybe we read it down.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Why don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gallbladder and bile ducts.
Am I an expert in
Nothing
those things?
in your alcohol-soaked memory directs to having
I don't
forensic
think so.
expertise.
Neither am I.
NA.
Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Right, NA.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging.
Write it down.
Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Write it down. Omit the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries
Let's see.
summary.
We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
No, what's the 4th
Nothing.
one for?
Just in case.
Bite
Head,
marks.
chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted.
Alright, we write it
And
down.
Your opinion, officer?
Non-fatal postmortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Alright, we're writing it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal postmortem.
Right. Next.
Ligature mark.
Dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
Opinion fatal injury?
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
How did it go?
We established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy.
Well,
we were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
All right, what
I need
now?
a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
Copy. Then at the corpse.
He's thinking, did I miss something? I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Perception. Search the body one more
You
time.
run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his fingernails.
Do you think we missed some?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
Yes, there's something we're not
Okay,
seeing.
well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
Okay, where do we find a fridge
It
for
would
the
have
body?
to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know, but only if all else fails.
Fuck are you looking at, Beano man? You want a piece of the Kuno?
Yeah, I think
Wanna
everything
get
is closed, but
Only if all else fails.
Kuno looks like he gets around. Knows martinaise. And its fridges too, probably. Or, remember the buttons on that intercom over there? On the side of the building next to the whirling? One was for Revachol Ice City. Perhaps it's a clue.
Hurry. This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
tell me something
Shoot,
that man.
Looney Rooney. Come back
we've already
later,
talked to him.
Corporal.
We've already talked to him.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back later.
All right. Hopefully, he doesn't decay too much. We should maybe save these a little bit for later. That might be good for a thought space. Yeah, we do have derealization. We could pop that there. Oh, we also have really a high oh, we can talk to the phone tomorrow morning. Is there anyone in here? Oh, we can literally talk to guard and stuff.
Can I help you?
I seem to be in need of... I saw another thing at the whirling.
Great. Yes. Yes. For the dead body. You want to put a dead corpse into my fridge, right?
How did you know?
Because you haven't taken it away yet, and it must be stinking hard about now. Well, you're not putting it here, rest assured.
I'm not even going to ask
This
you
is a
why.
culinary establishment, not a morgue. You don't have to ask me why you can't store a dead body in my kitchen.
It would only be for...
Lieutenant, you too? You're asking too? No. The answer is no. I will not turn this place into some kind of macabre circus.
Let's go talk to the Frit clerk.
Yeah, alright. Freed is closed. I guess we can talk to him in debrief.
What
Tell
do
me
you
about
want
the
to
case
know?
begin. I want to know more about the pissing
What's
competition
there to
you
say?
mentioned.
It's just stupidity.
What kind of
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinaise is part of Jamrock or
Oh,
the
when you go to your
industrial
room.
hub,
Okay.
yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here, and now it's come to its natural conclusion. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinaise than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
Somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are 2 columns. One says, cases solved. The other, confirmed kills. The
Close your
rows
eyes.
are endless.
Look for precinct 41.
Jean Vicmer, Judith Minot, a special consultant. What was his name? Then your brothers have left you.
For some reason, I thought you had 104 solved cases.
Well, technically, the official record keeper has been known to double count murder-suicides.
A common accounting gimmick used to inflate precinct stats.
There is still a good
I'm
cop.
good enough for this case. I'm not here to compete. I came because I had to. My fellow officers, the sergeants in particular, would have made this scene into a circus.
What's so special about
Martinaise?
it?
Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze, somewhere far away, below the turbine. The 41st and the 57th. The lieutenant was right. It's not about who gets what's north. It's about who doesn't.
Alright, this help me.
It's all part of the master plan, you see.
Don't be scared, but I think I have supernatural abilities.
He opens one hand and looks at it. A moment passes.
Which school do you subscribe to? Mambo or Jambo?
I think I have both Mumbo and Jumbo. I imagine strange things and get cold chills
I
too.
didn't know that was even possible. It must be a great burden.
It's both a burden and a gift.
It's good to have an ambidextrous paradetective in a labor dispute. I can see why they sent you. Should we go?
Okay.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Alright. We'll save another point. Unless we want to go do persuasion.
The door is closed.
Okay. Alright, then let's debrief.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
I haven't... not yet. Yeah, it's brewing now. Good
Just
night,
a moment.
Lieutenant.
You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
I didn't know you smoked.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How'd you get so
You
cool,
mean
Kim?
this? This isn't cool. It's an
Oh.
unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
Right then, the debrief.
It's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today
Well,
went?
we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it.
I kind of want to do Apocalypse Cop. Well, I guess it said we could spec into it. Still, we can spec into any of them with Sorry Cop. I guess we should do a few more Apocalypse Cop answers. I feel like we'll have some chances. Well, I'm a little bit more interested now.
I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up on. In addition, we got that body down from the tree, and we performed the field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we are missing something, and there's still work to do at the crime scene too.
He's right. You could smell it. That something is missing, even under the overpowering odor of the corpse.
Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinaise,
Yes, we talked to some people.
including Everard Clare, a daunting adversary, if there ever was one. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
I'm sure I can get him to tell us
Claire
more.
also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
I want a different name when I haven't ruined
You can
yet.
look into the process of changing your name after we finish this investigation. We tried to interview the Wild Pines rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. Fine, so be it. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I don't know why I do the things I do.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
Oh, thank you. So what exactly are our powers?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to
Yes,
abuse?
although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
What else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
And if someone resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
Have you ever killed someone,
Yes.
Kim?
The last time was 4 years ago.
Oh.
He says it matter-of-factly and moves on.
Makes
The
all these
coalition
rules.
government and the moral intern, more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the
Be
citizens.
sentimental if you like. Either way, the Morlinton leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
The
The
Morlinton,
Moralist
who is it?
International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
I didn't know. How would you describe
They're
them?
a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
What is their
Interesting
symbol?
question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous.
Who was Dolores
A
Day?
historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
And what do you
The
think of
moral
them?
intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the Morlinton?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
I have an opinion
Do
on
you?
Morlinton. They've done an awful. Have you seen the place? This isn't humanism.
We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Yeah, vigilance.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinaise.
Okay.
Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over.
Just look into
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often.
So
It's
we
like
can't
I
level
told you,
Shivers anymore
this
because it's
place is
capped.
an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock and
We
the
run this city.
Okay.
West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will improve the
Me
situation
too.
here.
But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetime.
Where I'm not drinking alcohol again.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
And another level. I think that'll be useful for tomorrow. See you in the morning.
Yes?
Okay, bye. Alright, I'm gonna save here, and I might call it. That was, I think, a pretty successful day one. We got a lot of tasks. We did even more tasks. Oh my god, there is honor points now. Alright, God. There's so many things to do. I think I'm gonna end it here. Mostly, I'm also kind of like burning out a little bit. Yeah, like, cause yesterday was a very bad day for me, so I'm a little bit dead. As you can kind of see by me losing some energy. But anyway, I think that's good. I'm gonna go rest for a little and then do some rigging. I will see you guys tomorrow. 1 p.m. again. And then I have something planned for Saturday and then something planned for Sunday, maybe. We might cancel Sundays, depending on how tired I am. It's just been a lot, but... Alright. Autopsy, everyone. Bye-bye.